Morning, chicken bow wow. Morning. I need that, actually. Freaking Tempe lighting sucked dick last night. We deserve shit on our faces. Morning, morning, morning. Hmm. Taking a stab at this. Oh, I did it in the wrong account again. Don't know why this keeps getting switched. No idea where this volume came from. there on accident. Hello. What the hell? Why is this even up? Is this a Bitcoin play? Some crazy volume. Okay. Where? I took it in the freaking Roth again. How does this keep getting switched? Ugh. Well, I'll enjoy that win 30, 40 years, whatever the hell it is from now. Not 40, but you know what I mean. Shut up, jug shot. I don't know what the hell I watched last night. It's disgusting. Tampa always shits a brick, like first game at home. Always. Always. They were not prepared one bit. How is Intel up? I had to cut 20% of staff. That's insane. Yeah, they're firing freaking everybody. I wonder what positions specifically are getting fired. Like, is it like develop? Guys that develop? Or is it like, I don't know. I don't know anything about chip manufacturing. But like, I would want to know, is it because AI is taking their job? Or is it because they're financially and they need to cut? Sure, wise, I'll get on that one. It's a easy task, obviously. Oh, SXTC 5 minute. Yeah, I freaking was running errands and I come back and y'all are like, Trump softened on China, Pal's not getting fired. Everybody's singing Kumbaya, markets screaming. I still don't even know really what happened. And I need to watch it. I gotta figure out the reason. Because you're gonna look pretty stupid to like go balls deep on tariffs on China only to soften your stance. I'm expecting a Trump truth today to clear it up. Yeah, I read that Gasparino thing. Farmers. Just seems like he could, if it was just farmers, he could have carved out a piece of the tariffs that had to do with the farmers, not like the whole kit and caboodle. One. There it is. I didn't go anywhere. You gonna go? Yeah, I'm gonna go. Tubes film a small videos of small business owners facing closure due to tariffs. I don't think it's based on what tariffs would do. Crazy times. Well, screw his base. How did he not know what tariffs would do? Looking down to his wealth. That's. I don't think that's a good take. I don't know how nuking your. I don't know how any of that would have added wealth. It seemed like they had a game plan and then they didn't have a game plan and they panicked. GRI again. And it's looking really if it's true that they're gonna soften the stance without like a deal or a reason even, it looks like you just lost. You just lost your whole first 100 days. Well, I mean, that's what's going to go down is you got your big thing was the tariffs, Liberation Day. And then you freaking, it makes zero sense. I mean, it makes sense, but it makes like, how did you not see that this was going to go this way and not be prepared for that? So it'll be interesting the next few days here. 5 o'clock he speaks. It'll be interesting to hear what he says. Maybe he tanks the market. He doesn't like the market up today. Maybe we tank it. I don't know. Maybe Vance. Oh gosh. Maybe he's scared of Vance coming home. Saw what he did to the Pope. Oh gosh. I expect a Trump truth. In fact, I should probably pull that up. Was it Truth Social? Today to clarify if the news media is running with a narrative that he doesn't want or think is wrong. We've seen that pretty recently where the media would get some headline wrong or some direction wrong, and then we'll get a truth early in the morning bashing everything and tanking the stock market. Saw that he did to couches. Well, who was it, Stocky, that put a freaking? This was great. This was fantastic. Let me see if we can find it. Uh, oh, this is it. This is freaking great. You'll appreciate this, Soils. I thought that was freaking great. I already have freaking 7:30 news. Tony. Robo taxis. Mass production 2025. Huh. can Tesla be up after that earnings report? Well, it's been pretty beat up. So there's a couple things. It won't be up after the market opens, or the market's always forward looking, right? So if the idea is Elon's coming back to the company to set it straight, whatever, there's optimism. People are going to buy into that. Otherwise, you'll just see a sell off once the market opens, which I'm kind of leaning towards right now. I mean, maybe there's no one left to sell. I mean, that does happen. You're down 55% from its highs in 4 months and change, right? So if you do get bad news, bad earnings, and it does go up, that typically is a sign of a bottom. We'll see what it does when the market opens. So I can't take Chuck Jones, man. I can't take him. I'm with you on that, Mr. Battle. So no way. $2. I don't know battles. Where do we need to be for the Stokes to flip? What are we talking about? Oh, that's not the Stokes. Yeah, that's the 9 EMA and the 21 EMA. Are you talking about on the SPY? Okay. Are you talking about on my overall buy indicator? So we're pretty far away. But again, this is going to be a lagging indicator, right? So wait, I'm listening to something here. I'll get back to this. Listen to something. Here, I'll play it for everybody here. This is from Tesla's call last night. I was sent this to listen to, as they might have accidentally said more than they meant to.
Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, in the February 28th Joe Rogan interview, Elon, you advocated for a ramp in tariffs to give people time to adjust. Otherwise, in a quote, you said the system would break and bad things would happen. So are things breaking yet? And if the tariffs as announced remain in place, when would things start breaking?
Well, at the risk of stating the obvious, I'm one of many advisors to the president. I'm not the president. So, but I've made my opinion clear to the president, and that and other people made their opinion clear to the president. He listens, he talks to many people, and he makes his decision. And I'm hopeful that the president will observe whether my predictions are more accurate than the predictions of others, and perhaps weigh my advice differently in the future. We shall see. I'm an advocate of predictable tariff structures, and generally I'm an advocate for free trade and lower tariffs. Now one does need to take a look at where if some country is doing something predatory with tariffs, or is providing extreme support for, if a government is providing extreme financial support for a particular industry, then you have to do something to counteract that. But I think that's on a case-by-case basis strategically.
Targeted tariffs.
But the president is the elected representative of the people, and is fully within his rights to do what he would like to do.
Very interesting. That is pretty telling. Let me hear that.
Okay, Elon, I respect that. Just as a follow up, and thanks again. Between China and the United States, who, in your opinion, is further ahead on the development of physical AI, specifically on humanoids, and also drones?
And when can we have sex?
Is it even close? And
that's what he's asking.
Serious.
Well, I think you know the answer on drones.
Yeah.
A friend of mine, Naval, made this, posted on X. I reposted it. I think a prophetic statement, which is any country that cannot manufacture its own drones is doomed to be the vassal state of any country that can. And America cannot currently manufacture its own drones. Let that sink in. unfortunately. So China, I believe, manufactures about 70% of all drones. And if you look at the total supply chain, China is almost 100% of drones have a supply chain dependency on China. So China is in a very strong position. Here in America, and we need to shift more of our people and resources to manufacturing, because this is I have a lot of respect for China because I think China is amazing, actually. But the United States does not have such a severe dependency on China for drones and be unable to make them unless China gives us the parts, which is currently the situation.
It's crazy that we can't make the freaking.
With respect to humanoid robots, I don't think there's any company in any country that can match Tesla. Tesla and SpaceX are number one. And then now I'm a little concerned that on the leaderboard, ranks 2 through 10 will be Chinese companies. But I'm confident that rank 1 will be Tesla.
Great. Well, I think that's unfortunately all the time we have for today. We appreciate all your questions and look forward to talking to you next quarter. Thank you very much and goodbye.
So it sounds like he's pro-tariffs, targeted tariffs rather than a blanket, which makes more sense in my opinion. And that's what he advocated for, and others didn't. And the White House took the stance of more of a blanket approach rather than a target approach, and maybe now they're realizing that might be a bad idea. You could accomplish this same goal with more targeted approach and not nuke the entire world market in the process. Maybe that's also explains it was Peter Navarro that Elon and him were publicly battling it out. I gotta find those tweets. But anyway, interesting. Whole market move is orchestrated 100%. Loading one tweet. All right, 9:45, nothing. UPXI daily cock. Back to the rekt. God. I think so. I don't think he's gonna like the look of being soft. So it's either there's a spin of some deal or some whatever, or the idea of a more targeted approach, specific parts of the economy that's getting dicked. Damn, UPXI. Oh yeah, the weekly spy. Sorry, let me finish that up. So the 9 and the 21. So this is the pre-market as we are right now. We're gonna be retesting the 9 here. We're a ways off from these flipping, like a ways off. They've got a lot of separation. You'd have to be above them for probably a couple of weeks for these to even start to curl. So it's a lagging indicator, meaning, you know, we could start moving up and these are still, you know, still basing out. A lot of times in the past on the weekly, when you got the flip up, like, well, let's not use that one. That's a bad example. So here, you got the flip up, right? You do get a retest of the area. So it's not like it flips and you're going to miss a lot of the move. It does retest, right? That one did. Let's look at here. Here's where they flip and then they'll retest and then you go, right? Here's your flip, kind of a retest and go. Where's the next one? There you go. Here's your flip, kind of a retest of the 9. Not really, you know, all the way down, but retest of the 9 and kind of go. This one didn't really retest. It just kind of stayed on it and then went. So all that to say is that, you know, you have time. You're not buying it here. That's the part, right? If you're trying to time the bottom, you're looking for a shift that would allow us to move back up. My buy signal was a change in policy or deals or whatever. Was yesterday's speech a change in policy? That's what I'm batting around. I haven't watched it. I need to watch it. Does anyone have the link to it? Because that would be a change in policy. You know, if tariffs brought us down, tariffs, the removal of them would bring us up. So the question now is, if I'm trying to time the bottom, was that the juice needed to change direction? That's the question. We have no deals yet. Yeah. But the market's going to be forward looking. So if they think that deals are going to be made and tariffs coming off, that would be enough, especially when it came to China. The softening stance on China is a big one, right? If that's what happened, I need to watch it. Everybody says it is. But we've seen that before where media interprets things one way and then the next day comes out, clarifies it, and nukes the market. So I need to watch it myself. SNOA is interesting here. This is really tight. It's a cuck. Is this the speech from yesterday? Thank you. I'll look at that in just a moment. Skip to 8:30. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is very tight here. We might get a decent scalp opportunity. Hopefully it happens before 8, but All right, here we go. 8 o'clock news. RZLT. Nah. Nothing. Really juicy. BNGO. Patient showing. All right. Blah, blah, blah. MAIA. This is a big diagonal break. Oh, how did I wanted 210, not that. No, don't do it to me. Look how thin this is, though. If it can get going, it is thin. Don't do that to me. No. Get back up. I could have sworn they had a headline. I thought I just clicked on it. It's so heavy. Could have sworn I just had a headline. How did my first order go below the bid? Yet the second one didn't. It's a new level of screwing. IMD. Nothing. No 8 o'clock news. Starting to juice here a little bit. Okay. Holy shit. I gotta go to the bathroom. Gotta move her out of nowhere. No news. All right, I want to watch that Trump interview. Said 8:30 is when he starts taking questions.
Guess it goes through, well, it ended last year, and I guess she can hold over till the end of the year. So it's up to Mr. President and Congress to deal with that.
Mr. President, on China, your press secretary has suggested that some progress
Homicidal, let's
is
go
being
by
made.
40.
Are negotiations actively underway? And do you agree with Secretary Bessent, who has suggested that the current standoff with China is not sustainable?
We're doing fine with China. We're doing fine with I think almost every country. Everybody wants to have involvement with the United States. As you know, we were losing $5 billion a day during the Biden administration, during that last year, was a horror show what they were doing on trade. $5 billion a day. And now we have it down to a very low number because we're getting 25% from the automobile industry, from autos. We're getting 25% for steel, 25% for aluminum, and we're getting the baseline of 10%. And think of it, we're losing almost $2 trillion on trade, and those days are gone. We're not going to do that again. We're not going to let that happen. We're being ripped off by almost, I don't say every, but very close to every country, everywhere in the world, just being ripped off left and right. You had no leadership. You had people that didn't know what they were doing. And we're going to turn the country around. You know, we have a very nice phrase, make America great again. That's what we're going to do. And it's going to start with trade. We're doing really well. I see the stock market was up nicely, but this is a transition period, and it's going to be a little while. But we are doing well with every country. Ultimately, we have something they want, and you have to view it that way. We have something they want, and they want very badly. And, you know, it's going to be, they're coming in, they're taking treasure, they're taking jobs when they do that, and they have to pay. And they don't have to pay if they come in and create their own jobs. You know, if they do their product here.
No, this is yesterday. This is the interview that the market ran on.
Absolutely no tariffs.
Saying that he softened his stance.
But we're taking in a lot of money from tariffs, and our country is getting stronger all the time because the other was not sustainable.
With China.
Are you going to play hardball with them? Are you going to mention COVID?
Well, I'm not going to say, no, I'm not going to mention COVID. I'm not going to say, oh, I'm going to play hardball with China. I'm going to play hardball with you, President Xi. No. We're going to be very nice. They're going to be very nice, and we'll see what happens. But ultimately, they have to make a deal because otherwise they're not going to be able to deal in the United States.
Okay, so far nothing has changed. Where's the softening part?
We want them involved, but they have to, and other countries have to make a deal. And if they don't make a deal, we'll set the deal because we're the ones that set the deal. Scott and Howard and myself and others, we're going to be setting the deal, and it'll be a fair deal for everybody. And it'll be, I think it's a process that's going to go pretty quickly. We've spoken to many countries, and we're getting their views on things. You know, there are a lot of things. They have VAT taxes. They have everything you can have. Don't forget, as an example, the European Union was set up to take advantage of the United States. That's why it was set. And they've done that, but they're not doing that anymore. Yeah.
Mr. President, will you prevent Hamas from having any role in governing a post-war Gaza? And will Hamas have to be permanently eradicated for a ceasefire to be reached?
Well, we're not going to let Hamas do that, and we're going to see what happens with Gaza. But we've made a lot of progress in the Middle East, tremendous. Should have never happened. That date, that very special date, October 7th, should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president. But we'll be stopping that whole situation. Yeah, please.
Earlier today, Treasury Secretary Bessent suggested that with tariff rates as high as they are now, it's effectively an embargo of trade between the United States and China. Do you see it that way?
That's true. 145% is very high, and it won't be that high. It's not going to be that high. It got up to there. We were talking about fentanyl, where, you know, various elements built it up to 145. No, it won't be anywhere near that high.
What level do you think it'll come down to if you haven't?
It'll come down substantially, but it won't be zero. used to be zero. We were just destroyed. China was taking us for a ride.
So is this the part that people are taking as the softening?
It's not going to happen. We're going to be very good to China, have a great relationship with President Xi, but they would make billions and billions and billions of dollars a year, and they would build their military out of the United States and what they made, so that won't happen. But they're going to do very well, and I think they're going to be happy, and I think we're going to live together very happily and ideally work together. So I think it's going to
See, I view that as not a softening, but rather he's talking about after a deal is made.
Work out very well. But no, it's at 145%. There will not be anywhere near that number.
See, I view that as after the deal, not, oh, when 45 didn't work, guess we're coming down. Because he just said before that,
Amazing.
you know, we're hitting him hard, blah, 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 getting all this money, blah, blah, blah. So I took that as after his deal is made or
What they've
whatever.
done on the borders. Thank you for the question, because honestly, it's one of the great successes. We have virtually nobody coming
must be
in
something
illegally.
else.
We do have people coming in legally because we want people to come in, but we have nobody coming in through the border virtually. We were having hundreds of thousands of people a month come in under Biden, and they came in from prisons, they came in from mental institutions, they came in from gangs in Venezuela and other countries all over the world, not just South America. They were emptying their prisons into the United States. Venezuela emptied its prisons out, but many countries emptied their prisons into the Congo, as an example, in Africa, emptied their prisons into the United States. And we're getting them out. And I hope we get cooperation from the courts, because, you know, we have thousands of people that are ready to go out. And you can't have a trial for all of these people. It wasn't meant, the system wasn't meant. And we don't think there's anything that says that, look, we are getting some very bad people, killers, murderers, drug dealers, really bad people, the mentally ill, the mentally insane. They emptied out insane asylums into our country. We're getting them out. And a judge can't say, no, you have to have a trial. The trial's going to take 2 years. And no, we're going to have a very dangerous country if we're not allowed to do what we're entitled to do. And I won an election based on the fact that we get them out, and we've done an amazing job. Look, we've stopped. Everybody admits, even the radical left, we have got the strongest border we've ever had, even stronger than what I had it for 4 years. We had a great border. We solved the problem, but it's a tad stronger, which is, I don't know if that's disappointing or not to me. I beat my own record. But I appreciate the question. Thank you, Daniel. Well, thank you, Daniel. The question is about prices. The prices are going down, not going up. One of the big things is energy is going down. I see that we had a couple of states where gasoline was at $1.98 a gallon. Nobody thought they'd see that for years, maybe, and that's a big thing. And we opened up our wells. We opened up our drilling. We have more product now for sale. And we're also going to be selling outside of the country to a large extent. It's going to bring down our deficits, largely going to bring down our deficits. But if you remember my first week, I was standing here, Paul, and they were screaming about eggs. The cost of eggs have gone through the roof. They were up like 500%, crazy, like 4 or 5 times. And we won't have eggs for Easter, they were saying. There will be no eggs. You can't order eggs. They wanted us to order plastic in the shape of eggs. Well, yesterday we had 48,000 people at the Easter hunt. They call it the Easter roll at the White House. And we had all eggs. And as you know, the cost of eggs has come down like 93, 94% since we took office. And they're pretty much normally priced now. Great job. Our Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, did a very good job. But
I want to hear the party talk about Powell.
It's all coming down. The only thing that hasn't come down, but it hasn't gone up much, are interest rates. And we think the Fed should lower the rate. We think that it's a perfect time to lower the rate. and would like to see our chairman be early or on time as opposed to late. Late's not good.
Mr. President, you've said.
I don't want to talk about that because I have no intention of firing him.
Mr. President,
there are reports that you're considering doing something for moms across the country,
There was.
giving them some type of bonus whenever they have a child. Are you considering that? Or are you
Sounds like a good idea to me.
What'd she say?
Yeah, please.
What did you just ask?
Firing him.
Mr. President,
there are reports that you're considering doing something for moms across the country, giving them some type of bonus whenever they have a child. Are you considering that? Or are you
Sounds like a good idea to me. Yeah, please.
You have no intention of firing Colin Powell because your economic advisor Kevin Hassett a few days ago said that you and people in the White House were studying this idea of possibly doing it before his term ends.
No.
Do you have any plans on doing it?
None whatsoever. Never did. The press runs away with things. No, I have no intention of firing him. I would like to see him be a little more active in terms of his idea to lower interest rates. This is a perfect time to lower interest rates. If he doesn't, is it the end? No, it's not. But it would be good timing. She could have taken place earlier. But no, I have no intention to fire him. I don't want to comment on that. It doesn't matter.
Mr. President, you said.
when can we expect the Epstein documents to be released? The rest of them.
Which documents?
The Epstein files.
I don't know. I'll speak to the Attorney General about that. I really don't know. I know that we've done the RFK. The Kennedy, Martin Luther King is out there very shortly, so we'll find out. But we've really announced we're doing them in full transparency. You know, when we did JFK, people were saying, "Oh, maybe it wasn't all; it was all," and people actually went up to the office and they looked at some things that were, you know, not really easily available, and they were amazed that we gave it all. And I don't know if it solved any problems for people. People still have questions one way or the other, but that I'm not. But 100% of all of these documents are being delivered. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you said you're ultimately going to make a deal with China, but where do things stand right now? Have you talked to
I
him?
think my relationship with President Xi is great. It's been great for a long time. We've had a very good relationship, and I think we'll make a deal with China. If we don't make a deal, we'll set it. We'll just set the number, and think they'll want to be a part of the United States. We're doing great. This is the golden age, as Paul said. We're talking about the golden age. It will never be a time like this, in my opinion. And China wants to be a part of that too.
Mr. President, in your meeting with me. Investigation, sir, on the Butler investigation, are you getting intelligence briefings, and do you think will
I have. I'll keep that to myself. Very personal.
Are you concerned about the impacts of tariffs on the
What was personal?
Investigation, sir, on the Butler investigation, are you getting intelligence briefings, and do you think will
I have.
Couldn't hear what it said.
I'll keep that to myself. Very personal.
Are you concerned about the impacts
Shut up, her ad revenue.
I think that everyone's going to do well in this country because of tariffs. We have $7 trillion of investment already. You can go back many years, and for a whole year, they haven't had anywhere near that. Mostly, they'd be well under $1 trillion of investment. And we've got $7 trillion. We really started 5 weeks ago. And in just a few weeks, literally, we have $7 trillion, which is a record for a year. There's never been a year with that much. And that's coming in, I think, for two reasons. It's coming because of an election that people liked, and it's coming in because of tariffs. And if you look at Apple, Apple's going to start building here. Right now, they're in China mostly. $500 billion. We have all of the computer chip companies are coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before, as you know. Jensen came in for $500 billion. You saw that. A great guy, highly respected. Mr. Wei coming in for $250 billion. Nobody's ever seen anything. And the auto companies are coming in. I can name 8 right now already, auto plants that are either starting or about ready to start construction. There's never been, and the United Auto Workers and the non-union workers in the automobile industry, they love Trump, and I love them. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Congratulations, Paul.
Okay. All right. Personally, I did not see the change in tone that the media is running with right now. I feel like this is the big boys creating a pop so that they're going to sell into. That's what I'd take this as, unless I'm missing something. Like there was nothing in there where I was like, wow, that's a change of stance. When he was talking about the tariffs won't be 145, it's referring to after a deal, in my opinion. So we'll see. I expect we'll see clarification one way or another from either Bissett or Trump himself. Trump speaks at 5 today. I think it is anyway. You see a softening tone? Like, where was the softening tone? Is this gonna go? Like, I'm here to make money. I could care less about politics. If I felt like it was softening tone, I would 100% be throwing my money into the market because I think that's a change of policy. That's what I've been looking for. And I'm buying for the rally. But I didn't see softening a tone. Less aggressive. Are you conflating how he acts in person to how he acts on a tweet as softening? He doesn't see it. Yeah, how he's blind. Yeah, she doesn't get it. Sell it. It goes. Freaking A. Literally said if they make a deal, if not, the number's not changed. News Trump already lost his own trade war. His pivot on Powell confirms what Wall Street has known. I have a theory on Powell. I think someone else said it in chat and it makes sense. You keep Powell around because if your trade tactics don't work, he's the perfect scapegoat. You could just say Powell didn't cut interest. I mean, it won't be true probably, But it's the perfect scapegoat. You could say Powell didn't, once again, change his stance on interest rates fast enough and cause the issue of a recession or whatever. It's up for debate if he actually can get rid of them. One positive. It's like an old law, right? Like 1910 or something like that. It would have to be certainly taken to court. I don't think he wants that fight. I can just wait out his term. But again, I think it would be better strategically to keep him, and then if things go wrong, you got a scapegoat. Did cutting rates help in 2020 and 08? Yeah. Did you not see what the market did? Freaking COVID. I mean, what are you referring to? You talking about stock market? I mean, cutting rates certainly boosts the economy. Cheap money allows money to go to work in the system. Do I see this office now? No, I do not. I don't understand where you're getting it from. If I saw softness and I thought there was a change in rhetoric or change in policy, boom, I have $20,000 in this one account right here, ready to go, that I've been waiting for. All right, let's do a poll. He's been saying all the time he wants China to make a deal. I don't know why this is different. Yeah. Wall Street knows he folded. Where do you get that? Like, point to me to the specific part where he said it's a change in policy. Let's do a poll. I'm really interested to see how people interpret this. How do you feel, Trump? Do you feel like Trump changed China stance? Yes. No. Unsustainable? So you think that him saying unsustainable meant unsustainable for the United States? It will go back to business as usual. I didn't see anything about business as usual. I took it as deal will be made. If not, we're going to set the tariffs as he wants it, wherever that is, and that it wouldn't be 145% forever. And they welcome China to the table. TIVC moving up. LG, oops, LGPS. Whoa. What are you? 845. No news at 845, really. SJ's Lightning lost. No, they didn't lose. They got their ass handed to them. I mean, what a debacle yesterday was, though. 2 goals go in off of tips. First one is just complete horse manure. That'll unbelievable. 2 tip goals. Then you allow 3 power play goals on 3 power plays. What are we doing? We're not prepared. We're not prepared. I was disgusted watching yesterday. Then you lose Sorelli for the entire game. So if he's out, well, things are not going to get fun real quick. Juke. We didn't deal with their full ice pressure very well. I think that's an easy change. I hope it's an easy change. We weren't as physical as they were. Like the first game last year in the series, the whole series, they set a record for how many hits there were. I felt like the Lightning were just getting their asses just slammed. That's not true, Wolfie. If you look at the numbers, it's split. And I thought we had the upper hand in this series because of how banged up they were. Thank you, Tim. Get your votes in. If you watch the interview that everybody's saying Trump softened on China, vote. Did he soften, yes or no? Right now, it's currently 60% say no, 40% say yes. Tesla, 256, 7%. Coming into resistance here. I wonder if we sell off on Tesla around that 260. I think it's kind of in the middle. Well, it's either it's softened or not. I miss Cam. I still think it's funny that Cam's name is banned. And every time someone says the name Cam, I have to auto accept it. Did I say change or soften? All right, changed. However you interpret it. Have I played Oblivion Remastered? I don't even know what Oblivion is. I see everybody's going nuts over it, though. Much less the remastered version. Oh, this is Elder Scroll? I've never played any of them. I've never played Elder Scroll. That's how I don't know. And plus, remastered games, re-releases of old games just never does it for me. All right, 55% say no change in stance. 45 say yes. So pretty close. Not playing games. That's funny. Wait. NSC going. Do you have to select the Chinese name now? What? It'll be interesting to see where this move takes us. big level here at 240, 250. GPS. Delay. Market's still juicing. Chat's lively today, damn. All right, 9 o'clock news. AEHL regains compliance. Let's see if that moves. Oh gosh. Spready. Riot. What the hell? $100 million credit facility with Coinbase? Give it a shot around that 750 level. AEHL regains compliance. Really, you got to deal with Coinbase and that kind of headline? Do they do an offering Tell me they did an offering. I really hope they did an offering because I don't want to see this stock ever again. Hollow. Riot Platforms announces $100 million credit facility with Coinbase. I mean, really, it's not big news, but okay. It's not news that should send it down. All right. Damn it. $720. So I'm trying to joke that you filled me, you got the wrong price there, bud. Tesla coming right up to that level. Surprised OKLO isn't up more today. Yeah, C come back up. Pretty slow morning. So we've already talked about Tesla. How do you feel about the earnings? Well, the earnings were terrible. I listened to the end of the conference call. I didn't listen to the whole thing. I don't know why it's up. I would assume it's just because of the thought that Elon's coming back. But we'll see if the move holds or not. You know, you're right up against resistance right now. 1, 2, 3. This will be 4 times we've touched this line. I mean, the earnings are horrible. But we'll see. We'll see what this market does today. If companies give guidance, I don't know how they can. Goodness gracious. It seems like shit changes all the time. China Z tells UN leaders meeting China's commitment to building a community with a shared future for mankind will not cease. I don't know how they can guide this economy. If freaking shit changes week to week right now. Day to day, it feels like. UPXI pop. And right back down. Okay. SNOA doing nothing. AGRI, nothing. Got some levels here, though. ENSC, TEM, AHL off the list. Okay, hello. DWTX dailies. How was I saying? DWTX daily. MLGO, nothing off the list for today. Zin, that's off. That didn't do anything yesterday. HTZ still on the list. Gels, daily cock potential coming up tomorrow. Hollow is a piece of shit. I don't want to look at it. SBEV, not ready today. ACOC, maybe tomorrow. UPXI, there's the curl. We were just talking about it. Got the daily cock. That was, man, that would have been a nice, that would have been a nice buy. I was paying attention, which I wasn't. SXTC, 5-minute cock. It's just, I don't even know why I have it on the list. NMAX. Went daily cock yesterday. Really didn't do anything with it. We'll see if his market pop can do anything for it today. HTZ, been on twice. Okay. PRTG. Blew off. I mean, didn't hold the area at all. That's a shame. All right, that one's done. Done for me. Jimmy, continuation today, maybe. Sent away. for 209 maybe. Can you please sell this off the shit Great American? All right, let's see. Top W. Top W might get a daily cock today. We'll see. That would be a nice time to do it. It's a minor pullback. We'll watch that one. WTF, nothing today. JNVR. Maybe a daily. Put that on the list. ATHR. Ooh. This one needs to get over 563. Murrah. Creeping. MB. Nope. MBOT. Nope. USAR. Nope. STBX. Daily Cock. Watch that one. Mesa. Ooh, I like Mesa. Really like Mesa. Surge. I'm already in this one. For swing. See what that gets going. If it gets going today. TM. Oh, okay. So it went after hours. Hold it up into the close. Okay. Wimmy. Might take Wimmy off my list. I think I am. PXI. I thought I had this one. Yeah, I already got that one. OBLG not ready. MLGO. Nope. SBEV. Nope. Gels. Nope. Okay. All caught up. I really like that Mesa. Breakout would happen. If the breakout happens, it's going to break the 200. It's a bigger float, so I don't know. It doesn't really, well, it does show a history of, doesn't really show a history of reps. Maybe a scalpable opportunity. PXI. Bitcoin over 94K, wasn't that? Oh, is it really? Let me pull it up. It's like right at the level, I believe. Yeah, there's like a pivot through here. I could do it something like that. We'll see. Again, I don't really like where the Stoke's at, but we are getting a squeeze here, which is interesting. So this could, you know, it could do into one of these with that squeeze, which means it could do that for a while. See if that squeeze indicator holds up. It just turned green today. I think my level's 95,000. 95,200 or something like that. How do you check the squeeze? It's just an indicator. It's when the Bollinger Bands get inside the Keltner Bands. Is that what they're called? Or the other way around, when the Keltner Bands get inside the Bollinger Bands. I can't remember which one it is. It creates the squeeze indicator. And when it expands from that area, the squeeze happens. Whether it's up or down doesn't mean it's gonna. Doesn't mean a short squeeze. It just means price compression and expansion, really. On Trade Exchange, it's called SQZ Pro. Am I multi-streaming on YouTube? Yes. You got a vertical stream on YouTube? It should be anyway. Is it not live? No, it's live. Well, shit. It's supposed to be one vertical, one horizontal, but Stream Elements dick that up. What if I could change it while I'm live? Nope. Let's turn one of those off. Stupid. Stupid. Freaking. All right, let's see if that fixed it. I don't think it did, even though it says it. Even though it says it did, I don't think it did. I'll check back in a few minutes on it. It is vertical lounder. It's not showing up on my side. It just shows two horizontals on my side. Oh, the thumbnail was just wrong. It is vertical though. Okay. Is the other one vertical? No, the other one's right. One day max on SPY. Let's take a look. So we're above the level right now. 536. We'll see if we retest it this morning. Where's 1080p? It should be 1080p. Did that not get switched either? Yeah, I got 1080p on YouTube. I am on crack watching this vertical. What's up, Rep? I'm waiting to hear what Cheese thinks. Cheese, we watched the Trump question and answer yesterday where it was reported that he softened his stance on China. How did you interpret it? Did you think he said anything that softened or changed his stance on tariffs? We did a poll earlier. It was 55% said no, he didn't change his stance. 45% said he did. After a deal, yes, I think we all know that. But before the deal, I think is what we're referring to. He turned out to be a pannequin. He did not fold. That's how I interpreted it. 40% margin of error. All right, 5-minute break. Be back for the open. All right. Damn, and back or not and backs and backs. Absolute shit. Tesla through 250. NSC taking shit. HGRI. LGO Titan calling out. Nice pop. Pony going. I liked Pony, but I did not like that float. Jeez. Let's see what we got here, boys. Ponies with the juice here. ENSC red to green, maybe. 50. 5, 3. It's not going. I had a chance. I sell at 46. Filled 10 cents lower. How is that? Well. HSAI. Boeing rocket ship. HSAI is doing good. NMAX, nice pop. Really light volume. Jeez. My $4 Carvana. HTZ over the 79 might do something. It broke it right back under. Hello, I hit the sell button twice. And then it goes to 90. What is going on? Wall Street slash tariffs. Wall Street Journal slash tariffs. What does that mean? What? White House considers slashing China tariffs to de-escalate trade war, sources say. Moonsicle. Sources say. We need to hear it from the horse's mouth. Say it. Say it so we moon. LGO coming back up. ESSA. Well, China has said that they're willing to come to the table, but not under duress. So it's not out of the question. In a negotiation, if want to play ball, maybe take the noose off the neck. So it's not an outlandish headline. It's plausible. Wall Street Journal saying 50 to 55% tariffs could come down to for negotiations or whatever. Market pop. I mean, look at this market, dude. We are headline left and right. Jeez. I'm kind of sick of it, honestly. I love news plays, but damn, it's like walking across a minefield. It feels like all the time. You don't ever know where if you put your foot down, it's gonna be the last one. LGO coming back up. 1055. Spreads suck. There's 55 break. Boom. ENSC setting up. Where's the 3K viewers at today? That was from the front page, homie. MLGO going high day, it looks like. I wonder if that leak from the Wall Street Journal or whatever, I wonder if that's a test to see if China says something in return, like, oh yeah, we'll play ball. Play ball. Mesa. Okay, I like Mesa too much. That just juiced. What is it, 117? I'm taking a piece. I don't even know what this is. Mesa Air Group. Just like this chart. WTF? Top G was on the list today.
China levy for items strategic to U.S. interest, eyeing 35% for items not deemed national security
The ask
threat.
should never be lower than the bid.
Trump administration is considering slashing its steep tariffs on Chinese imports, in some cases by more than half, in a bid to de-escalate tensions with Beijing that have roiled. What is that word? I mean, I know what it means, but I don't know what it means. I'm reading it, Cheese. Thank you. Global trade and investment, according to people familiar with the matter. President Trump hasn't made a final determination. The people said, adding that the discussions remain fluid and several options are on the table. Okay. So what's the other considering options? Why are we just reporting this one Wall Street Journal? Give us all the goods. One senior White House official said that China tariffs were likely to come down to between 50 and 65%. The administration is also considering a tiered approach similar to the one proposed by the House Committee on China late last year. 35% levies for items the U.S. deems not a threat to national security, and at least 100% for items deemed as strategic to the Americans' interests. Some of the people said the bill proposed phasing in those levies over 5 years. Jeez. The NSC broke. And how does this happen? And then watch, we'll get a curl and it'll come back up eventually. Like 3 million shares. 3 million. We just literally watched 3 million shares in about 5 seconds go through. The float is 900,000. I just don't get how this happens. It shouldn't be possible. You topped it? Did you really? See, this is why I don't play these freaking things anymore. I try not to. I get suckered in every once in a while. But when they get 1 million shares a minute, 2 million shares a minute, and the float is under 1 million, it's the pool. I agree with Cheese. It should be illegal. It probably is. And you get this kind of rotation going on, it's completely controlled. MLGO coming back up. You got out at 483. Oh, you got out at 483. Oh, you sold the top. Well, there you go, bud. Congratulations. Damn, you almost top ticked it. SLXN. Tesla about to. PLC headline there from Beta. That's a low a day. Tesla 1 minute cuck here. 245.72. Are we green today? All right, got back to green finally. Half my trades this morning were in my swing account on accident. So like my swing account is up $370, whereas I'm only up 150 in the main account. Would be up 500 if I was an idiot. All right, let's see if we get a 1 minute cuck here.
What I could have should have. Such my dick.
What? Dude, my platform, is anybody else's platform super, just went right through my order? Is anybody else's right through my order? That'd be a $500 winner.
Just kidding. Love you. Good luck today, sir.
Thank you, stock market. Anybody else's shit really laggy this morning? Shut up, Soils. TOS is always laggy recently, so I don't want to hear it. Yeah, I said that earlier, Philion. I said, wait, 5 years? Suck a dick. What is retirement age? When can you start using your Roth anyway? I don't even know. AMZ and squeezing. Well, yeah, it should off of wait, gifted us some the Grams peaches. Chickabow, damn it. And damn that bug. Percent talking. Pasty, do you have a link? This will be key. Work to be done to transition business away from Boeing. Huh? Boeing saying that? What does that even mean? From Percent's Twitter. Thank you. Only subs can post links. That's why you get wrecked. Scott Percent. I don't see anything from his Twitter. You start moving? Good on that. The daily's just not ripe yet, but it can still move well when it wants it. Chickabow wow. I I wonder how many gifted subs that dude's gotten. Yeah, someone had a good morning, that's for sure. Look how slow that. Oh, my options isn't screwed up. Why is it so laggy today? Dude, look at. Okay, hello, 5 minute. Don't like the MACD on the 1. All right, I'm getting rid of this. That has done nothing for me. Still like Surge, still like Mesa. Nvidia selling off. GME selling off. Okay, CNBC. Gavers? I don't know who that is. Admin not expected to put unilateral tariff changes in place for China. There you go. CNBC, White House says there's no lowering of tariffs without China negotiations as response. Fucking told you. Get off me. Oh, he doesn't see it. Oh, he doesn't see it. Suck a dick. You don't see it. Shut up, Staggers. I just got back to 85% cash. Nice headline. AGRI. It's like a big game. I didn't see the change in stance. I felt after I watched the interview and seeing the headlines that were produced out of that, I felt like it was a manufactured pump so we can become exit liquidity. That's what it feels like. Just either that or someone just wants to push, try to turn the tide. I don't know. It didn't feel like there was a change to me. I could see a change happening, sure, but I didn't feel like this was it. If there's a change in, if it meant China comes to the table, if we lower tariffs, I could see that happening. It's a negotiation tactic. I can see it. I think it would be an easy switch because of maybe unintended consequences that they're seeing of businesses getting wrecked or whatever. You're like, okay, we'll negotiate with it. Kill two birds with one stone. Bring China to the table, but also maybe give the American people a little reprieve, or at least the stock market. Well, small business too. His streams live? I don't see it on the Treasury Secretary's Twitter. Is it on like a personal one? ARAB daily cock potential here. This thing's starting to juice a bit. Good volume. Thank you, Shiza. There we go. This will give us some good. This will give us some goods. Hopefully. New home sales coming in hot. New home sales actual 724,000, expecting 680. Look at this damn chart. Like, what are we doing here? EPXI. Hello. Pre-market highs here. Is this gated, Cheese? Because they're giving comments from Besant right now. Besant, whatever, however you say it. But it's not live. IMF World Bank serves critical roles. IMF must prioritize financial economics system. Here it is.
Distinguished Speaker Scott Bessent, who is the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Treasury. On January 28, 2025, Scott Bessent was sworn in as the 79th Secretary of the Treasury of the United States. As Secretary, Mr. Bessent is responsible for the U.S. Treasury's wide-ranging mission to maintain a strong economy, foster economic growth, and create job opportunities for all Americans by promoting the conditions that enable prosperity at home and abroad, as well as managing the U.S. government's finances. He is also responsible for strengthening U.S. national security by combating economic threats and protecting the financial system. Mr. Bessent has been in the global investment management business for 40 years, visiting 60 countries, interacting with international leaders and central bankers. He is regarded as a currency and fixed income specialist. Mr. Bessent is also a frequent contributor to economic journals and business publications. Secretary Bessent will deliver keynote remarks followed by an in-conversation
Treasury Secretary Bessent speaking now.
Join the Secretary on stage shortly after.
Members, being posted in the news desk will be a link to Bessent coming from the Associated Press.
PSTV.
Good, thank you. Excuse me. Good, and thank you for that kind introduction. It's an honor to be here. In the final months of World War II, Western leaders convened the greatest economic minds of their generation. Their task? To build a new financial system. At a quiet resort high up in the mountains of New Hampshire, they laid the foundation for Pax Americana.
Get the volume to work out when insiders buy certain stocks. If you found that useful at all when trading, and it's hard to guess where that volume's originating from.
They created the IMF.
You just don't know.
These twin institutions
and insiders certainly aren't going to move the stock's volume in a significant way compared to just normal trading.
And the World Bank was to better align.
I mean, if you got some secret sauce, let me know.
Thereby bringing
I am MX. MX Biopharm is NXC 201.
In short,
Nexicart 2 clinical trial data selected for oral presentation at ASCO 2025. That's India Michael X-ray.
The Bretton Woods institutions. Yet everywhere we look across the international system today, we see imbalance. The good news, it doesn't have to be this way. My goal this morning is to outline a blueprint to restore equilibrium to the global financial system and the institutions designed to uphold it. I have spent the bulk of my career from the outside looking in on financial policy circles. Now I am on the inside looking out. I am eager to work with each of you to restore order to the international system. To achieve this, however, we've
OKLO shares popping here. Oscar Kilo Lima Oscar up about 8.5% now. OKLO.
The World Bank with their founding missions. The IMF and World Bank have enduring value, but mission creep has knocked these institutions off course. We must enact key reforms to ensure the Bretton Woods institutions are serving their stakeholders, not the other way around. Bringing balance back
AFMD, AFMED announcing acceptance of 3 posters at ASCO meeting, Alpha Foxtrot Michael Delta, BCAB, BioAlto announcing upcoming poster presentation at ASCO, Bravo Charlie Alpha Bravo, ATAG, Adagene, announcing upcoming poster presentation on Mass Anti-CPLA Safe Body ADG 126 at ASCO. That is
On this point, I wish to be clear.
Alpha Delta Alpha Golf.
America first does not mean America alone. To the contrary, it is a call for deeper collaboration and mutual respect among trade partners. Far from stepping back, America First seeks to expand U.S. leadership in international institutions like the IMF and the World Bank.
Didn't they just do an offering?
By embracing a stronger leadership role, America First seeks to restore fairness to the international economic system. Nowhere is the imbalance I mentioned earlier more obvious than in the world of trade. That's why the United States is taking action now to rebalance global commerce. For decades, successive administrations relied on faulty assumptions that our trading partners would implement policies that would drive a balanced global economy. Instead, we face the stark reality of large and persistent U.S. deficits as a result of an unfair trading system. Intentional policy choices by other countries have hollowed out America's manufacturing sector and undermined our critical supply chains, putting our national and economic security at risk. President Trump has taken strong actions to address these imbalances and the negative impacts they have on Americans. The status quo of large and persistent imbalances is not sustainable. It is not sustainable for the United States, and ultimately, it is not sustainable for other economies.
You want to go for that gap fill?
PYPL, PayPal, in a statement says expands in Middle East and Africa with new Dubai hub serving 80 countries.
I'm talking about economic and financial stability, the kind of sustainability that raises standards of living and keeps markets afloat. International financial institutions must be singularly focused on upholding this kind of sustainability if they are to succeed in their missions. In response to President Trump's tariff announcements, more than 100 countries have approached us, wanting to help rebalance global trade. These countries have responded.
My swing count's killing it today.
To
$500
the president's actions to create a more balanced international system. We are engaged in meaningful discussions and look forward to talking with others. China, in particular, is in need of a rebalancing. Recent data shows the Chinese economy tilting even further away from consumption toward manufacturing. China's economic system, with growth driven by manufacturing exports, will continue to create even more serious imbalances with its trading partners if the status quo.
Treasury Secretary Bessent said more than 100 countries have approached us on trade deals, potential trade deals. Also says China is in need of rebalancing.
Not only harming China, but the entire world.
It's a good move.
China needs to change. The country knows it needs to change. Everyone knows it needs to change, and we want to help it change because we need rebalancing too. China can start by moving its economy away from export overcapacity and towards supporting its own consumers and domestic demand. Such a shift would help with global rebalancing that the world desperately needs. Of course, trade is not the only factor in broader global economic imbalances. The persistent over-reliance on the United States for demand is resulting in an ever more unbalanced global economy. Some countries' policies encourage excess savings, which holds back private sector-led growth. Others keep wages artificially depressed, which also suppresses growth. These practices contribute to global dependence on U.S. demand to spur growth. They also lead to a global economy that is weaker and more vulnerable than it should be.
PONY, Pony AI, spiking here, $5.55, up 33%. Papa
420 level.
Several sources of stagnation, and he has outlined several recommendations to get the European economy back on the right track. European countries would do well to take his recommendations to heart.
LGOW played nicely.
Overdue initial steps that I applaud. These steps create a new source of global demand and also
Members
involve
want the
Europe
group to approve
stepping
another
up
accelerated
on the
oil output
security
increase for
Watching
June.
crude oil circulation, several OPEC members want the group to approve another accelerated oil output increase for June at meeting on May 5 that's being circulated.
Structured for mutually beneficial trade. If the United States continues offering security guarantees and open markets, then our allies must step up with stronger commitments to shared defense. The initial actions from Europe on increased fiscal and defense spending are proof that the Trump administration's policies are indeed working. The Trump administration and the U.S. Treasury are committed to maintaining.
Report several OPEC Plus members want the group to approve another accelerated oil output increase for June at meeting on May 5th, according to Reuters sources.
The IMF and World Bank serve critical roles in the international system, and the Trump administration is eager to work with them so long as they can stay true to their missions. And under the status quo, they are falling short. The Bretton Woods institutions must step back from their sprawling and unfocused agendas, which have stifled their ability to deliver on their core mandates. Going forward, the Trump administration will leverage U.S. leadership and influence at these institutions and push them to accomplish their very important mandates. The United States will also demand that the management and staffs of these institutions be accountable for demonstrating real progress. I invite all of you to join us in working to refocus these institutions on their core missions. It is in our collective interest to do so. The IMF. First, we must make the IMF again. The IMF's mission is to promote international monetary cooperation, facilitate the balanced growth of international trade, encourage economic growth, and discourage harmful policies
I've hit the buy
like
button.
competitive exchange rate
Why is it so slow today?
These are crucially important functions to support the U.S.
PSIX.
and global economies. Instead, the IMF has suffered from mission creep. The IMF was once unwavering in its mission of promoting global monetary cooperation and financial stability. Now it devotes disproportionate time and resources to work on climate change, gender, and social issues. These issues are not the IMF's mission. And the IMF's focus in these areas is crowding out its work on critical macroeconomic issues. The IMF must be a brutal truth teller and not just to some members. Today, the IMF has been whistling past the graveyard. Its 2024 external sector report was entitled Imbalances Receding. This Pollyannish outlook is symptomatic of an institution more dedicated to preserving the status quo than answering the hard questions. Here in the United States, we know we need to get our fiscal house in order. The last administration ran up the largest peacetime deficit in our nation's history. The current administration is committed to fixing this. We are open to critique, but we will not abide the IMF failing to
BNTX, BioNTech continue to make new highs now on
surplus countries.
Relatively light volume, up about 11% now, BNTX.
The
WKEY,
IMF
WiseKey, expands
like
implementation of digital
pursue
identity
globally
solutions
distorted
from
policies
Seychelles
and
to
opaque
Africa.
currency
That's Whiskey
practices
Kilo
for
Echo
many
Yankee.
decades. I also expect the
WKEY.
IMF to call
Been a
out
while since we've had a
unsustainable lending
WKEY.
practices by certain creditor countries. The IMF should push more proactively official bilateral lenders to come to the table early to work with borrower countries to minimize periods of debt distress. The IMF must refocus its lending on addressing balance of payment problems, and its lending should be temporary. When done
PONY, Pony AI,
IMF
more highs
lending
now.
is at the very
$5.58,
core of
Papa Oscar November
the global
Yankee.
economy. When markets fail, the IMF steps in and makes resources
White House
available.
would look at lowering tariffs on Chinese imports pending talks with Beijing. That, according to a source reported by Reuters.
And support economic growth. The reforms undertaken during these programs are some of the IMF's most important contributions to a strong, sustainable, and balanced global
Any steps would be in
economy.
conjunction with China talks,
Argentina
not unilateral.
is a fitting example. I was in Argentina earlier this month to demonstrate the United States support for the IMF efforts to help the country reset financially.
What's up, SJ?
Argentina deserves the IMF support because the country is making real progress toward meeting financial benchmarks. But not every country is so deserving. The IMF must hold countries accountable for implementing economic reforms, and sometimes the IMF needs to say no. The organization has no obligation to lend to countries that fail to implement reforms. Economic stability.
Ticker XNCR, X-ray November, Charlie, Romeo, shifting spike in activity, new highs, XNCR.
Just got a message on any power.
Lends out. World Bank. Like the IMF, the World Bank must be made fit for purpose again. The World Bank Group helps developing countries grow their economies, reduce poverty, increase private investment support, private sector job creation, and reduce dependence on foreign aid. It offers transparent and affordable long-term financing for countries to invest in their
Coming
own
up at
development
10:30,
priorities.
crude and gasoline inventories,
The bank,
crude a build of
along with the
1.6 million
fund,
expected.
provides extensive technical support to promote debt
There'll be a
sustainability
W at
among
11:22 here in
low-income
just a second.
which empowers those countries to stand up to coercive and opaque lending terms from other creditors. These core functions of the World Bank complement the Trump administration's efforts to foster safer, stronger, and more prosperous economies in the United States and the world. But the bank, like the IMF, has strayed in certain respects from its initial mission. The bank should no longer expect blank checks for vapid, buzzword-centric marketing,
PONY, cuck and go potential
to reform.
on the 1 minute.
As the bank returns to its core mission, it must use its resources as efficiently and effectively as possible. And it must do so in ways
El
that
Jimso,
demonstrate tangible
welcome aboard, my
values
man.
for all member countries.
Love having new peeps.
The bank
Feel free to ask any
uses
questions you
resources
got.
more efficiently now
Be sure to
by
highlight your
focusing
message
on
so I can
increasing
see it.
Energy access.
And glad to have you.
Business leaders the world over identify unreliable power supply as one of the primary impediments to investment.
ARAB again,
The World
huh?
Bank and African Development Bank's Joint Mission 300 initiative to expand energy access to 300 million more people in Africa is a welcome effort. But the World Bank must respond to countries' energy priorities and needs and focus
gotta
on
gap up to,
dependable
like,
technologies
450
that can sustain
if it wants
economic growth rather than seek to meet distortionary climate finance targets. We applaud the recent announcement that the World Bank will seek to remove prohibitions on support for nuclear energy, which could revolutionize energy supply for many emerging markets. We encourage the bank to go further in giving countries access to all technologies that can provide affordable baseload generation. The World Bank must be tech neutral and prioritize affordability in energy investment. In most cases, this means investing in gas and other fossil fuel-based energy production. In other cases, this may mean investing in renewable energy coupled with systems to help manage the intermittency of wind and solar. The history of humanity teaches a simple lesson. Energy abundance sparks economic abundance. That's why the bank should encourage an all-of-the-above approach to energy development. Such an approach will make World Bank financing more effective, and it will reconnect the bank to its core mission of economic growth and poverty alleviation. In addition to increasing energy access, the World Bank can use its resources more effectively by starting to apply its graduation policy. This would allow the bank to focus on lending to poorer, less creditworthy countries.
S&P futures moving a bit lower
World
now.
Bank support makes
Still
the biggest
trading up about
difference for
141.
poverty and growth.
The Dow futures up
Instead,
800.
the World Bank continues to lend
79.
every year to countries that have met the
NASDAQ
criteria
futures
to
up
graduate from World
599.
Bank borrowing.
Crude is down
There
$1.48
is
now
no
at $62.19.
QNY has
Natural
a
gas up
W
down 3
here.
cents
It
at
siphons off
$2.97.
resources from
Gold
higher
down
priorities and
$127.50
crowds out the
at
development of private
32.9180.
markets.
Bitcoin futures up
54
It
level.
also
11.55 at
disincentivizes countries'
92,815.
efforts to move away from dependency on the World Bank and toward job-rich, private sector-led growth. Going forward, the bank must set firm graduation timelines.
ODFL,
for
Old Dominion
countries
Freight,
that have
shares
long since
pulling
met
back
the
here now.
graduation criteria. Treating China, the
Spread.
second
We went
largest
from
country
a
in the world,
1 cent
Foxtrot
spread
Lima.
to 4.
developing
Got it.
country
And a
is
cup.
absurd.
Company currently on
While it has
their
been at the
conference call.
expense of many Western
49
markets,
break would be the
China's
cut.
rise has been rapid and impressive. If China wants to play a role in the global economy commensurate with its actual importance, then the country needs to graduate up. We welcome that. The World Bank should also
Company
implement
reported their
transparent
earnings
procurement
earlier.
policies based
Shares
on best value. It must help
traded
countries
higher,
move
now
away from
still up
procurement approaches
2% for
that
the day, but
prioritize
pulling back
only the
here.
lowest
Lower in
cost bids.
size.
During their conference
Such
call.
procurement policies reward distortive and
That's Oscar
subsidized
Delta Foxtrot
industrial
Lima.
policies that
Ticker
undermine
RLMD, Romeo Lima, Michael Delta. Share seen a spike in activity, new highs, RLMD.
incentivize corruption and collusion.
SMID,
and
Smith
result in
Midland receives
greater
On
NASDAQ deficiency
SMID
notice
receives
regarding
NASDAQ
delayed
deficiency
Form 10K
notice regarding
filing.
delayed Form
Sandy Michael
10K
Lima Delta.
filing.
better from both an
SMID.
efficiency and development perspective, and their robust implementation will benefit the bank and its shareholders.
ARAB is still juicing.
Related to this subject, I wish to send a strong, and I emphasize strong message about procurement policies as regards Ukraine. No one.
Members,
who
coming up at
financed or
10:30, we do
supplied
have
the
your
Russian war
EIA
machine
petroleum
will be
report. Crude
eligible
oil
for
expected a
funds
draw of
earmarked for
700,000.
Ukraine's reconstruction. No one. To conclude,
MLG
I invite
1120
our
has a
allies
level.
to work with us as we rebalance the international financial system, refocus the IMF and World Bank on their founding charters. America First means we are doubling down on our engagement with the international economic system, including
hell,
at the
ARAB?
IMF and the World Bank. A more sustainable economic system will be one that better serves the interests of the United States.
Treasury
and all
Secretary
the other
Bessent
participants
finished
in the
with his
system.
opening remarks.
We look forward to working with all of you in this endeavor. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us here today, and thank all of you for coming here today. I'm going to point out you have many great lines in this very meaty and comprehensive set of remarks, but you say, I wish to be clear, America First does not mean America alone. To the contrary, far from stepping back, you seek to expand U.S. leadership in international institutions like the IMF World Bank. I must say there's a collective sigh of relief across this town right now, because the concern coming into this week is that you were going to do exactly what you said you're not going to do, which is the U.S. would withdraw. But you want to lead. What you're asking for is simply getting back to factory settings, right? Focused approach, and deal with the issues that you see are most paramount, correct?
Correct. As I said in my confirmation hearings, I think U.S. engagement with the international financial and multilateral institutions, we should engage, and we should be in it to win it for the American people.
Okay,
and
low broke
for
levels.
The rest of the countries and for the client countries.
20 years ago, a senior U.S. Treasury official gave a speech very similar to this, calling on the IMF and said the IMF was asleep at the wheel in dealing with imbalances. Hank Paulson started the Strategic Economic Dialogue with the Chinese. Every Treasury Secretary since then have had an approach. So how will you do this differently?
Damn it, okay,
and
hello.
how do you think that you'll proceed in this approach? What is your philosophy? What is your tools, and how will you execute on this?
Well, look.
No ticker Rocket Lab RKLB shares seeing a spike in activity, new highs. RKLB Rocket Lab.
Or trading system is a start. I think that today, as I reaffirm our engagement, but set up a list of core principles and back to basics for the institutions, and again, being from the private sector, we want to see results. And we want to see timelines that, as you and I were talking
juiced
about
over that level.
backstage, global rebalancing has been a topic for more than 20 years. And it's, some countries may have
Again, the first order is the one that goes under the bid. This is the third time it's happened today. The second order is the one that I expected to be at.
Policy. You'll be meeting with your Chinese counterparts. What will you tell them in the sense of how they obviously are aware that there's huge imbalances in manufacturing?
5 minute on Pony.
Especially things like automobiles. How will you help them understand that it's not just about talking, it's about executing?
Well, look, I don't
Bollinger
think I
Bands are
have
starting to
help
squeeze
them
the range
understand.
here.
I think they understand very well. And it's just a matter of impetus and will. So I believe I first went to Japan in 1990, 91, within 12 months of the peak of the bubble, a decade of that unwind, a decade of malaise. And then in 2012, I ran across a fellow, 2011, who was running for prime minister named Shinzo Abe, and he knew that Japan needed change.
Yeah, Tesla curled pretty good.
Implemented it very quickly. 10 years later, more than 10 years later, Japan has had a remarkable economic run. And I think that
Daily cock on MBOT getting close, 232.
That will come to this realization, and if some of our policies, sometimes it takes an external push. Right. Alternatively, what I have said previously, there is an opportunity for a big deal here, that the U.S. is looking to rebalance to more manufacturing. The identity of that would be less consumption. If China is serious on less dependence on export-led manufacturing growth and a rebalancing toward a domestic economy, I think they use the term dual circulation. Right. Well, right now it's really singular circulation. And if they want to rebalance, let's do it together. This is an incredible opportunity. And I think if Bridgewater founder Ray Dalio were to write something, he could call it a beautiful rebalancing.
Members, coming up, we do have your crude oil data. Once again, we are expecting a print on crude oil of a draw of 700,000.
Not sustainable, as you yourself have pointed out. How important is it to also address our fiscal imbalance as part of this larger rebalancing?
Well, it's very important that I think most people in this room
are trained
economists, and everyone knows that a trade deficit emanates from three things: external trade policies, which we are intent on addressing, and the external trade policies can be tariffs, non-tariff barriers, currency manipulation, and the state subsidy of labor and means of production. Mm-hmm. So terms of trade.
Crude oil, once again, members, we expected a print of a draw of 700,000 on the crude oil side.
The larger our deficit,
coming in with a build of 244,000.
A draw of 4.476 million.
The interest rates, and then the level of the dollar.
Distillates a draw of 2.353 million.
To have a strong dollar policy, and the dollar will adjust based on markets.
It just
everyone asks me, well, what does a strong dollar mean? And to me, the strong dollar means having the policies in place to the deserved capital flows and have confidence.
Members, more
It
color
doesn't
on that
mean
EIA
the price
report. On the gasoline side, expected a draw of
and it also has
1.15
different
million,
meanings
coming in
terms
with a
of
draw of
bilateral prices.
4.47 million.
So,
And on the
it's
distillate side,
really
expected a
top-down.
draw of
But Tim, to your
100,000,
question, I have talked about
coming in
Bessent
with a
said
draw
Trump's
of
move to reorder
2.36
trading systems to start on
million.
engagement with China. China will come to realization that it needs economic change. Sometimes it takes an external push. There is an opportunity for a big deal between the U.S. and China. If China is serious about rebalancing the economy, U.S. can also rebalance. We are intent on
Now it
addressing
goes.
foreign tariffs.
Now it goes, and I hit it again because I thought I didn't hit it.
And subsidy policies. We continue to have a strong dollar policy.
Okay.
Strong dollar policy is about having policies in
It's
place
so
to attract
laggy.
capital flows and confidence.
Which works. We have 2% nominal growth or 2% inflation, projected 1.8%.
No, quantum computing basket shares seeing continued activity, new highs. QBTS, RGTI.
Dollar policy first articulated by Bob Rubin. Valerie Giscard d'Estaing in the 1960s talked about U.S.
Bessent said U.S. growth will be much higher than IMF's projection of 1.8% if we implement Trump's economic principles.
That
economic policies,
the
that
U.S.
is.
sits at the center of the global
I'm just like
economy
freaking
is enabled
dragging through the
by
mud today.
the use of dollars, and that it's natural that the usage would come down over time. And I think that the U.S. will always, for my lifetime, be the reserve currency.
Okay, like juicing over
Actually,
24.
I'm not sure that anyone else wants it. I can't remember.
Another fill under the bid.
European officials.
What is going on?
Maybe it was Mr. De Guindos, I can't remember, said, oh, well, the euro could become a second reserve currency. Well, we've just had a substantial appreciation in the euro. For export economies, it's a lot of pressure. And look, I think that the reaffirming our belief in these international institutions is also part of that.
You mentioned the euro. You mentioned in your comments Mario Draghi's report from last year. There was the letter report. Before that, I've been spending a lot of time in Europe. There does seem to be a much more a buoyant atmosphere in Europe. They see this as an opportunity for them. I said something about a possible renaissance. I was heckled a bit, but I actually am pretty positive on Europe. Do you think this is an opportunity to shift some of that demand? The world is reliant on U.S. final demand. To shift some of that demand for Europe, is this a positive time for Europe?
Look, I think it can be, and it wasn't in a straight line. It wasn't always the way a trained diplomat would have done, but I think we should all congratulate President Trump. He has done what a succession of European leaders have tried to do for the past 26 years, since the advent of the euro, that whether it's the French, the Italians, other European countries have tried to get Germany
to rebound.
Increase their fiscal spend and drive the European economy, and that I applaud these nascent
daily
efforts
levels on
because it's
Tesla?
a combination. It's a combination of
Treasury Secretary Bessent applauds Germany's decision to increase fiscal spending, drive European economy.
It does.
Security is economic security. So if this European plan works, that I applaud it. I had a private meeting with the Spanish finance minister last week, 2 weeks ago, and he said, you're going to be pleasantly surprised with where we go on military spending, and that this 2% number today, he was right.
So
I figure ALMU, Alpha Lima, Michael Uniform. No social media circulation is possible positive catalyst for quantum main. ALMU, sure seen a bump in activity, new highs.
So what do you want the IMF to do? What would you like to
What's
hear
the positive catalyst for quantum
over the next couple of days, or the board, in the new direction, again, back to factory settings?
ARAB 5 minute.
What do you want to hear from them?
Well, again,
S&P futures moving back towards the highs up about
pony. You just tanked. You just tanked the ponies all over the place, man.
When the weeds grow, And
Jeez,
I think that
just dunked and then right back up.
What are our priorities, and how are we going to judge success?
In the World Bank, you discussed about graduating the medium-sized countries that should have graduated some time ago. That changes the commercial model of the World Bank, but obviously you think that's important, that they need to be graduated.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's just, as President Trump says, it's common sense that that you can't have the second largest economy in the world, and it's as I said in my speech, I applaud their rapid growth, but you don't get both.
Dude.
BA, Boeing CEO on their conference call says currently producing in low 30s per month and expect we'll get to 38 per month cap in the next few months. That's BA, Boeing. That on their conference call, which started 10:30.
You mentioned energy, specifically nuclear, during the campaign, and since you've become secretary, you've talked about energy production is one of your important legs. The U.S. produces about 13 million barrels of oil a day, the largest producer in the world. What more do we need to do here, and how can the World Bank, what do they need to do more to encourage fossil fuels as well as nuclear, and I assume all the above?
Yeah, look, the sine qua non for economic growth is energy abundance. And
this dude needs to stop using words I don't understand.
The right combination of the crawl, walk,
sine qua non
for these countries in charge in terms of sustainable production, but by sustainable I mean robust and baseload, not some what I would call almost a luxury belief that we have in the West.
545.
They are worried about pumping water. They are worried about heating their homes, running their hospitals, and we've seen that the intermittency doesn't work. Even kind of in middle developed countries, maybe like South Africa,
my shit is loaded.
Blackouts. Right. So
that tab 3.
We want to have a model of strong baseload and then bolting on the alternative production, as opposed to beginning with alternative production and then having this.
This actually did spike up to 3s, which I was wanting it to do.
Impossible to industrialize.
Good morning, SJ.
Minute or two.
Hey, so let's go. 43 months, my man. How you doing?
You know, there's a famous adage that capitalism without capital is just another ism. The institutions you see are important intermediaries, both in the capital markets and other forms of financial intermediation. What is your vision, especially for the U.S., in terms of financial regulation? What do you want the industry to look like? Obviously, the capital markets, the U.S. is a crown jewel of this economy.
I check my speed. I feel like my internet's
here, but abroad.
Well, I think that I've been getting a lot of questions on private credit. And I think that private credit is an interesting addition to the U.S. Mosaic, and it is the depth and breadth of our capital and credit markets that powers the U.S. economy, and it's the innovation there. I think that private credit's a very new and interesting part.
Kanzi, don't you start.
Outside of the regulated ecosystem.
Right.
And I always like to say, I'm not an economist, I'm an economic historian, and I think that is a distortion of the system, and it tells me that the post-2008 regulatory corset is too tight on the regulated institutions, and we want to deregulate them or make them more able to provide the opportunity to lend to the American economy and perhaps into the international economy in a smart, safe, and sound way. As we've seen, the history of financial crises is a overreaction on one side, and I think that we had a regulatory overreaction. I convened something in the U.S. called FSOC, the Financial Stability Oversight Council, which convenes the regulators.
Big level for GME here.
Through partnership with the 3 U.S. banking regulators of Federal Reserve, controller of the currency and the FDIC, we can come up with a system that makes the regulated financial system prosper again. And what the U.S. has that is different than most other G7 countries is just the number of financial institutions. We don't have 5 big banks, 3 big banks. And in the U.S., the community and small banks, which are provide 70% of agricultural lending, 40% of small business lending, 40% of real estate lending. And in the U.S., we've had this incredible boom on Wall Street. I think Wall Street can continue doing well. But I think it's Main Street's turn to share in the prosperity. And I think it was the pullback by the small banks, the post the GFC, that's kind of created this stagnation on Main Street. And we're determined to fix that.
Mr. Rekt, I always say Treasury is the sober voice of reason. What we've heard today from you is a sober voice of reason. We wish you all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Treasury Secretary.
Thank you.
All right. Who is it? Freaking lady! Pizza Wrangler, what's cracking, homie? How you doing, pizza? I was wondering why people were spamming pizza. I didn't see you. Let's go, buddy. What are you up to? Where are you vacationing now? Where are you sipping pina coladas at? I haven't been. You guys know I'm not paying attention to the chat in the first hour of trading. I'm trying to trade myself. Jeez. 58 months? Did you resub? You resubbed and everything? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a legend among us. I wasn't aware of his presence. It's one of the few times I've failed in my life. Pizza Wrangler, forgive me. May your pina coladas overflow with pineapple. May the ladies flock to you, or men, whatever you're into, like the geese of Capistran. May your pizza never be soggy. Remain firm, strong, and savory on the mouth. Thank you for your tier 3 sub! I love you, and I want to have your baby. So go on, Pizza Wrangler. You wrangle your pizzas. I just noticed I'm not muted in Discord. I love you. She's mother. Google and PLTR.
You smell that? What is that?
Pizza gifting out. Let's go.
No?
10 subs. All of you that freaking got your 10 subs, you bow down and worship. I want pizza. I want pizzas spammed in chat right now. You bow down and worship your pizza wrangler. You understand me? Unbelievable. So pizza, where the hell? Where are you? Where are you sucking on your pina colada? I missed that part. It's pretty funny to Pope. What is this clip? They didn't push it in all the way. Don't clip that, freaking A. Just got back from Cabo and headed to the casino today. What's your game of choice there? Pizza. Good Banana, you've been killing it on the casino game recently. I know you're a big fan. Pizza. Sounds like Mario. I just sit around and do Keno. I don't know Keno. I disregard that one. Keno so far. I'm gonna watch how to play Keno. How to play Keno.
Keno is a fun, easy-to-play lottery game where you can win money if the numbers you choose come up in the drawing. To play, first you'll need to fill out a Keno card. First, mark how many numbers or spots you want to play. You can choose between 1 and 10 spots. Then, choose how much you want to bet. Usually, you can bet between $1 and $20. The more you bet, the more money you'll win if your numbers are called. You'll also need to mark how many games in a row you want to play.
Redirect supply of planes meant for
Your
Chinese
Keno
customers
card
to customers who
will
want
only be
near-term
valid for the
deliveries.
number of games you choose.
That's BA
And
Boeing.
you'll need to pay for each game. Next, fill in the numbers you want to choose between 1 and 80 on your card. Make sure you fill in as many numbers as you marked down you'd be playing. Alternatively, you can fill in the quick pick spot to have the computer randomly pick numbers for you. Finally, decide whether you want to play with a bonus multiplier. Selecting the bonus multiplier costs extra, but there's a chance that any prize you win will be multiplied by a randomly selected multiplier up to 10. Once you've filled out your Keno card, turn it in to a Keno worker. They'll give you a new ticket with all of your numbers on it. Then, watch the Keno drawing to see if your numbers are drawn. The more numbers on your ticket that match the drawn numbers, the more money you'll win. The different payouts may be listed on the back of your card. You can also ask a Keno worker for a prize chart. If your ticket is a winner, visit a Keno worker to collect your prize money.
Damn, so it's just like freaking lottery for DJs, like Soil said. SJ, a lizard man. Update.
What? This didn't save? Okay. Gotta change it then.
Update. When was this?
What? This didn't save?
Oh, Christmas. Look at that tongue movement. Look at that tongue movement. You guys could learn a thing or two. Same shirt? No, this is a different shirt. It's a different shirt. Calm down. Even if it was. Tesla trying to juice here, boys. This is a big ass level. Okay. And suck a dick. ENSC, a short? I can't short it, so I haven't even looked at it. Big tongue for someone only 5'8". Why you say I'm 5'8"? Why are you saying I'm 5'8"? Clearly not 5'8". Coming in here, first time in months he comes in here. And what happens? Already shooting, already throwing shit on the screen. Nothing changes. Nothing changes. See this, peeps? Whether you're here for 1 month or 5 years, nothing changes. I know you're just joking. I know you're just joking, Pizza. That's our type of pillow talk. You know what I mean? I know.
Mass attack starts in 5,
We're like tier 4. Who's that? The Pope. Freaking should have known. But it was lady for earlier. Watch it. No need to be rude now. All right, Tesla's at a very interesting spot. You get over this, you could really start juicing. It might coincide with the MACD flip. I don't know. Stokes is getting a little extended here. I feel like even if you cracked it, you might come right back down. Am I the only tier 3? We have a couple tier 2s. But yeah, you're the only one that has the money to do tier 3. Everybody else is a freaking poor. Soils tier 4. Shit. Hey, Time Taker, how's those Red Wings doing, you know? I just want to check in on you. Doing good? You have a good seat last night? That sack was on me, so no dim. That's on YouTube. It's okay. It's like every day I have to go over there and like erase the song from the YouTube stream. I'll send you a pic of them this weekend. Okay, you do that. Tell Kane I said hey, okay? Tesla cup and handle. We'll see. We'll see what this does. It could rip through it. Yeah, you caused a lot. Yeah, you definitely did. But it's a give and take, right? You throw the bits, you pay for it. You pay for the demonetization. One of the worst ER. Priced in, maybe? Maybe. I think it's one of those forward think. Elon's coming back.
Boeing CFO said a company needs to redirect.
Your CEO is
China supply to more
not
stable
around
demand.
for
Strong
4
market
months.
backdrop still supports its planned
Plus,
production rate increase.
Things might go awry at your company.
China represents 10% of commercial backlog. Roughly 80% of annual commercial supply chain goes directly to U.S.-based suppliers.
Use are moving well. SJ mating. Okay. I already know what this one is. No viewer rewards. The point of it. Listen, lady, you haven't been around long enough to know. I'm working on it. All right, I needed to get the 50, 90 to be able to do the viewer reward. Now then I had a hurricane happen in the middle of it all.
JYD, Juliet Yankee, Delta, just seeing a spike in activity, new highs. JYD.
Just give me some time. How did the Tampa Bay do last night? No, we're not talking about that right now. 5 more years. Okay. Whoa, VIX just took a jumpy jump. VIX is just spiked up here. Trump talking? I do have a 59. Trump, EU, China ripping off the U.S. Okay, that's more like it. That's
Remember, it's commentary out by
more the
Trump
status
says
quo there.
EU and China are ripping the U.S. off. Seeing a little downtick in markets following these Trump comments.
Damn, the 240 put on Tesla is still $2. Jeez. Markets are, and then they pop. Okay. Stop. Look at the pop. What is this pop? And then we're back down. This is the shit I'm talking about. I'm getting sick of it. Look at this look at this 30-second chart. Dump, rip. Trump fair deal. Thank you, Cheese, for having our back here. I mean, look at it. How do you trade it? Yeah. It's just like the algos just hear words and instant move trillions of dollars in the market. Easily, too.
Trump says we're going to have a fair deal with China.
Macro, no, Trump with comments now. Says, quote, we will have a fair trade deal with China.
Where is he at? Where is this coming from? Can we see him live? Closed press. Freaking love it. Freaking love it. So they can just get their calls or puts, and then they can just drip headlines out. Whichever way they want to go. JYD. QFI's calling out JYD. Hello. Totally normal. AREB getting over that VWAP again, or trying to. What you got is no denial of Wall Street Journal report. It's a good call. Tesla still grinding up against this resistance here. It's big. Markets are moving back up. Ether gave you the shittiest feel. Hey, welcome to my world. AREB juice. Fubo dumping. AREB holding up so far.
On FUBO, DOJ probes the Disney football deal over competition concerns. That's on FUBO and DIS.
That'll do it. You gonna go? Doesn't feel like it, yeah. Maybe a 80-cent break. Oh, I got a really bad film. Oh my gosh, I got a really bad film. Hello. Ripped right through 259. Okay. We just showed up after the random sub branches work. Did they really? Oh, there they are. That must be the joke. And it's your second month subbing, so that's interesting. Whoa, DJT Big Pop. That's funny. Yeah, you are a inside joke. Curious, Gramps Peaches. How did you get your name?
Here's a DJT Delta Juliet Tango. Sure see any spike in activity, new highs. DJT.
Let's see if Tesla holds this break. Nay, let's go, Vine. Needs a hold. I role played on what? I role played on Armaz as an old man and sold peaches. Wait, what? In meme corner? Okay, joystick. Oh boy. Oh boy. Grandpa's peaches, huh? Well, I have something to say about your wife. You're not going to like it. Are you ready? I know you're going to recognize her. But I'm sorry. I'll hit it again just in case you didn't see it. Get you some of that. Hmm? That's your wife? Well, it's my lover. They'll be saved forever. I just want to do it with cheese and SJ kissing. Suck a dick. Stock Joke Big Hairy Dingo is working on the Island Boy version. He already did the Island Boy version. Don't know if you missed it. Don't know how you missed it.
That's how many more years we'll have to wait for the viewer reward.
It's disturbing. What you all do in your spare time? Give me a pick of cheese. I want to point out, by the way, that Lord Farquaad or Farquaad or or Lord Farquaad. I want to point out that he might have come up with the best idea for bowling shoes ever. Look at these things. Bowling boots? Are you kidding me? Those are badass. Clearly not a bowler. I have played plenty of bowling games in my lifetime. Have you? I have you know. .50 partner in bowling boots. ARAB, is that coming to high a day here? Hello. How concerned are you for the lightning? Not really. Yet. The first two goals were like, okay, that's not happening again. Especially the first one. An alley-oop, basically. Come on. Like, what are we talking about here? That was ridiculous. I should have taken this trade instead of talking about the lightning. So those first two goals were horseshit. We had great zone presence, and everything they threw at the net was a goal. 3 power play goals, 2 bullshit goals. I can't remember what the 6th one was. We looked like slop, but I think we could fix that. So I'm not concerned. I will be concerned if they come out with the same bullshit. And I mean, they got, I don't know. They didn't deal with the pressure. It's like you know Florida's coming at you with pressure, and they didn't deal with it. Is this halting? No, just delayed. What was that? Bears nerf the stress watching the Blues tonight. Good luck against the Wild this year, bud. I'm concerned with the Avs. I have the Stars beating the Avs in my whatever it's called. Stars have always had our number. Yeah. Even banged up. I don't know. I think Colorado's still the better team right now. But we'll see. This is a double top. Are we already double topping? Caps, Panthers. Capitals have such an easy path to the conference finals, or the Eastern Conference Finals. It's disgusting. I hate this setup. Like, I really do. There's no reason Florida should be playing Tampa first round. BSLK. Hello. 21,000 shares of volume, huh? I agree, Shred. It is horrible. It is horrible. All right, we're trying to wait for some news here, maybe some setups. I don't really see any yet right now. That's really slow. I feel like sell in May and go away is starting early. AGRI, there's some 5-minute. Yeah, 196 break. I like this. All right. You already had some 5-minute cocks on AGRI. If this 196 breaks, you might get a pop. That's what I'm looking for. If when the China tariff deal headline comes out, what are you loading the boat with? Pretty sure whole market moves up. Curious what do you think? Anything. Anything that deals with China. But that's a long way off. We're not getting a deal right now, man. That's a long way off. Probably NVIDIA would be my first one. But it's not. It doesn't even sound like they're talking. SBEV hit the screens. Hello. It's creeping up. Yo, he's in chat too. I ate your ass. Oh man. Oh, I just got filled. Didn't get filled at the top of range? No. Middle of it. Skip the 197 completely. Bonds could spike Vex. Times auction. Is that the 11:30? CBS dripping out. Markets are dumping here for some reason. Is that from CBS?
Macro note coming from Besant, no unilateral offer from Trump to cut China tariffs.
There it is, boys.
Further comments says with India, we are, quote, very close to a tariff deal.
Ooh. All right. And do we have any Indian place?
More comments is full China trade deal may take 2 to 3 years.
Ooh! Get wrecked, market.
U.S. Treasuries, Besant said U.S.-Japan trade talks do not have specific currency targets, expects Japan to honor G7 agreements.
2 to 3
Forex,
years.
Besant said IMF's Georgieva, World Bank's
It is new if you thought he changed his tune
of Trump administration
from an interview
don't
yesterday.
have a stand on whether Trump has legal authority to fire Powell. Besant said both U.S. and China are waiting to speak to the other. Both sides see current tariff situation as unsustainable, following through with Biden's $4 billion pledge to World Bank's IDA fund for poorest countries.
Twist on the wording
U.S.
from
budget
yesterday
negotiations, contingent on getting back to basics. Besant said not surprised by Trump's comments on Powell. He has expressed displeasure with Fed chief over 2 terms. Trump reference to Powell termination may refer to the expiration of his term. Besant said, I am expecting current tax policy to be extended and have a great part of that to be permanent. With India, we are very close to a tariff deal. Tariff negotiations will not be an extended process at all. Besant said does not have time frame for start of China talks. Will have to take place at lower levels than Trump and Xi.
They haven't even
Besant
started
says U.S.-China
talking.
tariffs will likely have to come down for trade negotiations to talk. Rates are unsustainable. China's situation needs to be de-escalated for trade talks to proceed. Declines to comment on Wall Street Journal story on lowering tariffs on China, but would not be
Members'
surprised
comments
if they
from
went down
Besant
in a mutual
says
way.
confirms early
from the
report that there is
Treasury
no
Secretary.
unilateral offer from Trump to cut China tariffs.
Okay. Why are we up? Because of yesterday. the interview, people took it as he was softening his stance. And we did a poll today. I watched it and I didn't think it was softening his stance. But 45% of this audience thought he was softening his stance, and the other 55% said he wasn't softening his stance. So we're up today because the headlines all over the place were softening stance on China, meaning maybe tariffs coming down, blah, 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 blah. So market mooned on that news. Now it might be reversing that course. We'll see. Tick's starting to spike up a little bit. Tick ain't really responding. Hans game. Yeah, and when you guys see Chi say posted color on the floor, he's talking about the trading floor in Discord.
No, ticker NVIDIA this week's $100 puts coming in active for NVIDIA. Ticker Tesla this week's 220 puts also coming in active.
220 puts. Oof. When you did the poll and you need to do you support Trump or not? Let me see if it breaks down the same lines. I don't even want to know what my audience thinks of him. I mean, Soils is the biggest Trump fan there is, so we know that's one. Let's go down again. So low a day now. Wonder what Gamma's doing. Oops. This really doesn't do anything. Just get rid of that. Or the news also. U.S. Secretary Besant, U.S.-Japan trade discussions do not have specific currency targets. I expect G7 agreement to be honored. Greatest day trader market. Oh, we're getting some increase in the lower. Going lower, boys. Close the gap then long. You think? Or was this a giant bull trap? See his latest gamma? No, I didn't pay attention. Let me see here. Yeah, I saw that we were right there on that one. These are getting interesting, huh? And we're kind of ripping right through this level right now. China's AI firms have started to see significantly low demand for AI power, compensating losses by selling RTX 4090Ds. It's coming from WCC Tech. I wonder if Walmart's going down on this. Yeah. It's kind of already filled it though, huh? Watch the 10-2 trend break. Okay. This was halted down. US sells 30 billion to your floating rate notes at a discount margin. I wish I understood any of what this is. Here, I'm gonna put it in ChatGPT to tell me to translate this so I can understand. See what it says. Translate the above in terms and ways that I can understand as a simple stock trader. I don't No bond stuff. Well, see what it comes up with. It's easy learning. I know, I just haven't spent the time.
What just happened? The U.S. Treasury just sold $30 billion worth of 2-year floating rate notes. These are short-term bonds that pay interest that floats, adjusts over time. Think of it like a margin loan with a variable rate. Key auction terms translated: high discount margin 0.160%. Think of this like the interest premium investors demanded over the base rate, usually SOFR. A lower discount margin equals more demand. People are okay earning less because it's safe. 0.160% is on the lower side, meaning buyers were pretty comfortable with the offering. 10.22% awarded at high rate. Only 10.22% of the total accepted bids got filled at the highest possible rate allowed. That means most people were willing to accept less interest. So again, decent demand. Bid to cover ratio 2.69. Think of it like this.
Fat and daily.
For every $1 of bonds the Treasury wanted to sell, $2.69 in bids came in. That's like an IPO oversubscribed 2.7x. Strong demand. Who bought the bonds? Type percent of total sale of their bids accepted. X like an IPO open summit. Bought primary dealers 49.56%, 24.18%. Direct buyers 1.83%, 26.83%. Indirect buyers 48.61%, 85.36%. What does that mean? Primary dealers, big banks required to participate, took about half the sale. Indirect buyers, typically foreign central banks or large institutions. Almost everything they bid on got filled, showing strong overseas demand. Direct buyers equals smaller institutions or individuals bidding directly. Tiny slice of the pie. Takeaway for a stock trader: this was a well-bid auction with strong demand and relatively low yield premiums, which signals investors, including foreign ones, are still eager to park money in short-term U.S. debt. There's confidence in U.S. credit and uncertainty elsewhere. Safe haven behavior.
Nice move on
Implications
HTZ.
for stocks? When demand is strong for safe debt like this, it can temporarily pull money away from equities, especially if traders are bracing for volatility or rate changes. But it also reflects liquidity and trust in the system. Let me know if you want this compared to recent auctions or explained in terms of Fed rate path/expectations.
ARAB. Small one. Okay. Come on. I could use some fat and daily cock. See what happens here. It's very light volume moving up. How big though? And I was like, listen, he's going to give us a play right now. Shut up, one positive. Is your mom hot? Wait. Hmm. And the bid's gone. Area B. What the hell was that? Jeez. ECB incoming. Right. The hell? Just get me out. I'll wait for Fat End to come back. Simon Cook. Markets are not like you right now. What the hell was that? Is that real? I don't have it on TradingView. Gotta love it. D-Shirt, do you trade on Power E-Trade or E-Trade Pro? Desk Turd Pro? We just saw the wick again. It did it twice. 3 times. What is this horse manure? But I keep Power E-Turd up for backup. Does Power E-Turd desktop go down a lot? All right, this is off the list. This is doing nothing. SBEV. Area B. Man. Pony. Ugh. MLGO down. OKLO. Still hanging out. Tem. Watch Gucci. I can't even remember what ticker that is. Who owns Gucci? Well, VIX is starting to spike up a little bit. When volume's nuts, it freezes. Oh, that's great. Solid platform. Below 53.85. Oh, we're below that, so. Ken Griffin's live.
No, ticker CNTM, Charlie November, Tango, Michael. Sure seeing a spike in activity, new highs. CNTM.
Video about the bust down here. Two fists. Talk to me. Fat end trying again. Piece of junk. Fill and bounce. Makes perfect sense. It's disgusting. The power to reverse stocks here, boys and girls. Doesn't matter if it's $1 trillion company or $50 million company. ESLK. Jeez. 864 or something. Like when you touch a stock, the reward as it goes. It's amazing, I know. Well, you just get used to the bullshit. Wasn't me to cover. So yeah, I sold shares and then I have to buy them back to be even. If you don't understand shorting. SINT.
Benzinga market update. S&P
T12.
futures up
What's a
103.
T12?
Dow
It's
futures
when
up 601.
a
Nasdaq
stock
is
gets
up
halted
483.
for more
Crude
information.
is down $1.76.
It's usually when there's some shady shit going on in the exchange.
Natural
Puts a
gas
halt
is up
to
2
it.
cents at $3.03.
And
Bitcoin
there's no trading on
futures
this.
up
There goes Fat N.
1460
Damn
at
it.
93,100.
And there's no more trading on the stock until they meet some kind of requirement. UPXI moving up again too. That halt can last weeks. It's not something you want to get stuck in. Aren't you stuck in one like a year ago? Yeah, MEOA or something like that. It was like one of my best trades ever, and then T12 halted on the last bit of shares I had. It's disgusting. I literally bottom ticked the daily on it, or intraday low. I bottom ticked the intraday low, and it moved up like $20. I didn't have big size or anything, and then T12 halts of all the stocks. What's this thing doing here? Shut up, dragon. Holy slow, man. This is ridiculous today. Pizza's back. Pizza stopped in. I wouldn't say he's back. We'll see. We'll see. If he shops in on a Friday, maybe we got something. Trade futures. $60-40 texture. I know. I really do need to eventually learn that shit. Thank you, Thunderous. Holy slow. The China No Phone Factory? Not surprising though, right? Hello. Good call on this UPXI. And then I look at it and it freaking dumps. Watch rare earths.
Members posting the news that some commentary out by Trump on Ukraine's Zelensky.
Zelensky is boasting on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that Ukraine will not legally recognize the occupation of Crimea. He starts moving on this. There's nothing to talk about here. This statement is very harmful to peace negotiations with Russia that Crimea has lost. That Crimea was lost years ago under the auspices of President Barack Obama. No cards. Mezzy! What's crack-a-lackin' Mezzy Moo? How am I? It's a slow day in the workspace here. Real slow. How you doing? Can make something go fast. Pony. You still streaming, Mezzy? I haven't seen you on in a while, but then again, I haven't really looked at Twitch in a while. Did his main calling? Oh my gosh. Area B curl. You get a webcam yet, Mezzy? We still doing that? Oh, I don't want to show my face on screen. Oh my gosh. Oh. There's a huge jump in viewership when people have webcams or not. No one wants to watch a stream with no webcam. Nobody! CWTX, Nick calling out. U.S. tariff of 25% on imports from Europe would lower Europe area growth by about. Soon, I promise. Yeah, soon, just like my viewer reward, right? I know what soon means. Sometimes I wish I didn't have a webcam. Shut your mouth. Well, you know, I understand where you're coming from, Chicka Bow Wow. You can't keep your pants on when you see my stream. I get it. So in your sense, I can understand you not wanting me to have a webcam. About to put a paper bag over your head till we get it. Let's move him back up. Hey, E-turd. Yep, sure is. Don't show on screen. What is this? What am I even looking at? Oh, since she's getting me a mic for Christmas, she had me check and the rig doesn't have correct port. Maybe that's why I can't mass attack. What? So stupid. Man telling me that I got the wrong CPU and doesn't know what ports he got on his computer. Get out of here. Abby's in here? There's Abby. Jeez. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a record. We have 3 women in here today. We got Lady Trader, we got Abby, and Mezzy. This is a record for the year of 2025. Oh, what's going on? You can't use licorice to connect your... Okay. I can use my Zune. Annie as well. 4. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. This is record. This is a record. See if that brings her in. Vic's getting a little spiky hair. Zero. Jeez. That's true, D-shirt. That's true. They're talking about how bad it's doing. All right. Pony's getting back up there. What nip slips, Abby? Well, DMs are open. Cindy's released the booty short and crop top merch before summer. The pony song? The Ride That Pony? Well. I volunteered to model the SJ merch. See-through blanks for merch. Okay. We'll be rolling that out this week. UPXI coming up. Okay, this is just doing nothing right now. Get rid of this garbage. Shut up, cheese. Crack open a black coffee. Can anyone explain why Grinder stock keeps going up? It's almost at 21 with a market cap of 5 billion, yet Bumble is $5 and Chromium with a market cap. So you use both. Oh, jeez. This thing is so random, man. Of course, the bid moves up after I get out. ARB 5-minute. I don't know if this is gonna do anything or not. UPXI coming back up. This has a hedge in case of recession. Oh, we about to break down here. UPXI just juiced. Damn it. VIX getting to that 30 area. There goes the market. Let push lower we go. Putting on the brakes there at the 42. It's the 5-minute. Damn you. Break another level, pull back. Yuck. All right. Just got burned on it twice, back to back. Gotta love it. VIX over 30. Tesla's drilling. Another bounce here. Fat N. Look at the freaking volume now. Unbelievable. Dude, this is so freaking slow. Finally, decent trade. Explain this one. What we got here, Soils? 24 beds, 10 baths. What the hell? Got like a retreat here? Is this multiple houses or just all? Why is there no pictures of the inside? Adidas out. What's Nike gonna do on that? This is crazy that it just holds this level so easily. MLGO? Just will not break this freaking level. Just won't do it. Is this whole thing up? Yep. We'll have to watch this one. This got blue sky opportunity. It's had blue sky before and didn't do anything with it, so I'm a little hesitant. On the Wall Street Journal reported possibly of Trump cutting China tariffs. I'd be surprised if that discussion is happening, he said, but neither side believes the current tariff levels are sustainable, so I'd not be surprised if they went down in a mutual way. CNBC correspondent. ARAB's got this 47 level still. Big buyer starting to show up. Get that MACD cross, we might have something. Look at that. Popped to 51. Where? I don't even know. I don't know where that came from. Didn't show up on my L2. Showed up on TradingView though, as well. Getting the cross. Hopefully it holds. $47. I don't know. Selling half because I don't trust this thing. Okay, go. Do it. Daddy needs this. Daddy needs this bad. The volume. All right. PXI just died. Where's that thing going? Holy jeez. Is it more stressful for you to short or not? No, it's neither. I can short for sure. Doesn't bother me. Now, you will never catch me holding a short overnight. Ever. That would stress me the hell out. Oh. Bought at 65. Okay. It's right there. Starting to run out of room on the Stokes. That's a really strong 30-second cock. The sellers, they're there. They know. Nine. Push it. 74. Toying with us right now. High day. You gonna crack it? Just gonna look at it. I'm all out, so you can go now. Getting the cuck here. Let's see about a 360 test here. Right, exactly where I wanted it. Exactly where I wanted it. Give me the juice! It went high a day. Damn you, Luke. I'm here making fat stacks. Go to 4. This is walking in the mud right now. All right, I'm out. Damn. Not as good as I was hoping. What a horseshit day. Swing account. $500 in the swing account. $100 today. I can't get like consistent green trades. What a shit day. What a shit day. ARAB trying again. Just trade options, limited thousands of seconds. Like, we try not to, Vog. Today's slow, man. Today's slow. Just trying not to give it back. Fat end. Yeah, it burned me one too many times. Watch it go after hours, though. That seems like a prime candidate for end of day. Let's try it again. Side eight. Look at the just shares everywhere, man. Just need some fat cores. I'll let you know. I'll let you know, bud. All right, I'm calling it. I've been on since freaking 7 o'clock. Got nothing. Got freaking nothing. $100. What a shit day. Good week though. $2,700 Monday. $1,500 yesterday, $100 today. Actually, technically 600 if you throw in the swing account. So it's slow. Should have traded futures. I need to learn it. None of you share your trading strat with me. How you decide if you're going to enter or not. What things you look for. Nobody says nothing. Luke. Jeez. There's nothing to learn. Okay. Yeah, totally normal trading. Just like everything else. Fat N. As soon as this happened yesterday. As soon as I'm about to sign off, the things I've been looking at, juice. Yesterday was SBEV. Just another ticker. Okay. Well, shit. I'll probably come back for 3 o'clock in Discord, but I'm going to go eat. Maybe run an errand or two. This is stupid slow. So, anyway, I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace out. We're going to go rate someone that is equal to today.